The time is now 5:32 p.m. on Wednesday, September 11th, 2024. I'm calling to order the meeting of the Warwick School Committee Executive Session. At this time, I ask that you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Immediately after, I ask that you please remain standing for a moment of silence for those that tragically lost their lives on September 11th in 2001. In addition to that, I'd also like us to recognize this evening a member of our school community who had retired, Deb Kasparian, who was the nurse at Pilgrim High School. At this time, we'll move on to the recognition portion of our meeting. Who's going to be presenting it? Is it Ms. Cousineau?
That would be me.
Oh, Ms. Cousineau. Here we
Hi.
go. Director of Elementary Education, Ms. Cousineau, presenting recognitions this evening. And would you like us down there, Ms. Cousineau, or would you prefer we stay up here?
You will be coming down. Thank you. Would you like to come down now or at least stand over here?
Listen, I want you to treat us like we're elementary school kids, and you instruct us.
Then I would love for all of you to please come and stand by the stairs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Patty Cousineau. I'm the elementary director. Thank you for coming out tonight. We have a super, super impressive night ahead. It will only take a few moments of your time, but all these wonderful school committee people, all the members of administration in front of us, Assistant Superintendent McCaffrey and I, we really are here to thank the teachers. It is said that the principal runs the school, but if you've been in a school recently, you know that it's really all about the teachers. We could not do what we do without amazing teachers in front of us, whether they're a full-time classroom teacher, whether they're elementary or secondary, whether they're a teacher assistant. My best friends in my school when I was principal, my secretary and my custodian. And my nurse. Those are the people that you surround yourself with, kind of like your family. They're your school family. A lot of you have brought your own family here with you tonight, but we are really about being a school family. We have a lot of great people to celebrate. The first person I would like to introduce you to is not only a wonderful teacher here in Warwick, but she was nominated and selected as the Rhode Island State Teacher of the Year. So I'd like to offer her a few words to say, Mrs. Melissa O'Neill.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the administration, school committee members, colleagues, and members of the community. It is an extraordinary honor to stand before you tonight, not only as a state teacher of the year, but also a former district teacher of the year. The journey from receiving the District Teacher of the Year award to being recognized as the State Teacher of the Year has been an incredible experience, and I'm deeply grateful for the support and recognition I have received along the way. First and foremost, I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations to our new District Teacher of the Year, Jeffrey Lawton, an English teacher at Pilgrim High School. This recognition is a testament to your exceptional dedication, passion, and innovation in the classroom. Mr. Lawton, your commitment to excellence and your ability to inspire and engage your students are truly deserving of this honor. I have no doubt that you will continue to make a significant impact on our educational community and inspire your peers. Today, we also have the privilege of recognizing nominees for Outstanding Teacher of the Year. Each of these outstanding educators have demonstrated remarkable dedication and impact in their classrooms. Each nominee exemplifies the qualities we cherish in our educators: commitment, creativity, and an unwavering dedication to student success. Their work not only enhances the learning experience for their students, but also enriches your entire school community. This is a strong reminder of how dedication and mutual support fuel our shared mission to educate and inspire. It also highlights the remarkable work happening every day in our district's classrooms. Your hard work, creativity, and commitment are essential to the success of our educational system. In closing, I want to express my deepest gratitude to all of you for your dedication, your hard work, and your commitment to our students. Together, we are making a profound difference, and I'm excited about the future we are building for our schools and our students. Congratulations once again, Jeffrey Lawton, and our District Teachers of the Year, and our outstanding teachers across our district. Thank you for being here tonight and for your unwavering commitment to education.
Thank you, Mrs. O'Neill. So beautifully spoken. So there will be a particular order tonight. We are going to, under the direction of some of our school principals as well, so I'll ask to have them stand if they are here tonight. We are going in a particular order on purpose. So starting with our littlest learners, under the direction of Lisa Dempsey, the principal over at Welk, we have Miss Anna Conti. So if she is here, could she come down? I'm going to have you pass this, give them their certificates, and then she can stand over there. Congratulations. Okay. Mrs. Dempsey's right back there. There she is. Okay, our second award goes to our Lippert School. I know I saw Mr. Pagan somewhere. There he is over there. And under Mr. Pagan's administration, we have not a classroom teacher, but we have a reading interventionist who I've known for almost 30 years. I think we were twins at birth and just got separated. We would like to recognize Miss Carol Stearns. I'm gonna give her a quick hug. Over at Scott Elementary School, I think Mr. Smith is here. There he is. We have an instructional coach. Instructional coaches are new to Warwick, and I don't know how we live this long without them. We have Miss Erin Wilson and her sidekick here tonight, but thank you to Erin because instructional coaches we're learning how truly valuable they are in our buildings. Sorry. We'll give yours. In true fashion. It might, maybe it's stuck. Oh, here it is. I knew we had one. It's just like a school performance, right? When things kind of go wrong a little bit, but you're okay. All right, starting with our littlest learners, besides our preschool, we have our kindergarten classes. Kindergarten have 22 students and a teacher assistant, and Miss Lynn Tate-Wosien, under Mr. Gary McCombs' instruction, could do no better job. So Miss Tate-Wosien. I had Mrs. Tate-Wosien's kids at my school. It comes full circle now, right? Okay. In second grade, this teacher really, for me, needs no introduction. Mrs. McGuire has been not only a colleague, but a friend, and the amount of, excuse me, the amount of work that she does under the Feinstein Good Deeds program at Warwick Next School is second to none. Mrs. McGuire not only inspires her kids, but builds relationships like nobody I've ever met. So I think Mr. Galligan is here as well. So Mrs. McGuire. Oh my God, here, you take them all. Okay. You can have all those. Thank you. Okay, we'll try this a different way. All right, moving up to third grade, my favorite grade. I taught third grade for 23 years, and I've met this woman many years ago when her kids came through Warwick Next School. Under Mr. Yates's direction over at Oakland Beach School, we have Miss Jody O'Rourke. Such a good bunch, huh? All right, over at Holloman School, I think I saw Dr. Cabana over there. There she is. This woman, Jamie Freitas, has taken on many roles and is ever loving science. She's all about GEMSNet, and she's really stepped up for our district, helping out with our GEMSNet instruction and professional development. But I was in Jamie's classroom last week, and again, the relationship she's building with her students, it's just a really fun place to be. So I don't know if is Jamie here? Well, let's give her a round of applause. And we also have over at Wyman School in grade 5, I think Miss Gardner is teaching a different grade right now at a different school, but last year she was over with Mr. Raffinelli teaching grade 5 and hearing wonderful, great things about Miss Erin Gardner. So we have Erin come down. And Candace and John over at the high school at Tollgate would like us to help recognize Mr. Brendan Friel. Unfortunately, I don't know too much about Mr. Brendan, but if he's on this list, you know he's doing all the right things. So. All right, so that, if we can just have maybe one photo over here of maybe all these recipients and nominees. Each principal is asked to bring a name forward. There are criteria, and we follow the vision of the graduate, and all of these teachers are exemplary in the vision of the graduate. Got it. Not yet. Nope. Sure. Oh. All right, but don't go anywhere because we're not done yet. We've got the big reveal after this. All right, if everybody could remain where they are, we're now going to do our proudest moment where we get to reveal, which Mrs. O'Neill did for us, where we get to reveal our 2 top awards. Our 2 top awards go to the secondary level. These are folks who have been in the district for quite some time, and again, they go above and beyond for their students, both academically and socially. Is Meredith Shanley in the house? Okay. So Meredith was our runner-up this year. We appreciate that. I think she's taken on a new role in the district as well this year, so we wish her well in her new role. And let's have a huge round of applause for our district winner, Mr. Jeffrey Lawton. Congratulations. All right, our photographers can come on back now. Yep, and okay. What did we do before we had phones, right? All right, so congratulations to all of our nominees.
At this time, I'm looking for a motion to go into closed session for discussion and/or action regarding those items of business exempt from open meetings under general laws of Rhode Island, RIGL 42-46-5, A1, A2, A4, A8, A9. Made by Ms. Hazelwood, seconded by Mr. Testa. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We're in executive session. Time is now 7:15 p.m. Calling to order the Wednesday, September 11, 2024 meeting of the Warwick School Committee open session. Looking for a motion to return to open session. Made by Mr. Testa. Seconded by Ms. Hazelwood. Anyone opposed? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Looking for a motion to vote to seal the minutes of executive session.
So moved.
Made by Mr. Testa. Seconded by Ms. Backus. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, motion passes 5-0. There were no votes taken in executive session. At this time, we're moving on to public comment on agenda items. Individual comments will be respectfully limited to 3 minutes per person, with public comment not to exceed 45 minutes. Though the content of comments will not be restricted, it is the hope of this committee that citizens, committee members, and the administration alike will be respectful of each other's right to speak, tolerant of different points of view, and mindful of everyone's time. This public comment period is for agenda items only. Again, agenda items only. There is a second public comment session available later in the meeting for all other topics or concerns. Members of the public are permitted to speak during both public comment periods. Speakers are asked to state their name for the record.
Good evening. Darlene Netco, lifelong resident of Warwick, homeowner, taxpayer, graduate of Warwick Public Schools, teacher now starting my 37th year teaching English. I'm at the Tollgate High School, and president of the Warwick Teachers Union. I'd like to congratulate all of the teachers that the district recognized earlier this evening as being nominated Teacher of the Year. And of course, congratulations to Jeffrey Lawton, who was named the District Teacher of the Year. He's an English teacher at Pilgrim. As a fellow English teacher, I've known him a long time. Wonderful selection. All of the selections were wonderful tonight. And there are also, 850 plus other wonderful teachers in this district too. So thank you for recognizing a few of our great teachers, and just remember we have a whole bunch of other great teachers in this district. And also on the agenda is an update on the high schools, and so obviously we're always looking forward to seeing what the latest plans are, and I do hope that based on conversation last time, there can be some expansion of the size of the gymnasiums to be able to include the entire student population for those occasions that putting them all in the gyms are necessary. And as a drama club advisor, I have been made privy to the auditorium plans for Tollgate and have been able to give some input, and I am looking forward to having an auditorium and a backstage area and a dressing area and a place where I can keep my props and build props and move props around and have kids go in and out of all sides of the auditorium instead of what we have now at Tollgate, which is very limited. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public wishing to comment? Any other members of the public wishing to comment? Any other members of the public wishing to comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment on our agenda items and move over to recommended action. Looking for a motion to approve the minutes of public session August 5th, 2024.
So moved.
Made by Mr. Testa, seconded by Ms. Backus. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, 5-0. Looking for a motion of approval of minutes of public session August 13th, 2024. Made by Ms. Backus.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Testa and Ms. Hazelwood. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes 5-0. Looking for a motion, approval of minutes of public session, August 21st, 2024. Motion made by Ms. Backus,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Testa. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Seeing none opposed, 5-0. Looking for a motion, approval of minutes of executive session, August 13th, 2024. Motion made by Ms. Backus,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Testa. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes 5-0. Looking for a motion for approval of transfers, September 11, 2024. Motion made by Ms. Backus,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Testa. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, that motion passes 5-0. And looking for a motion for approval of warrants, September 11, 2024.
So moved.
Motion made by Ms. Backus,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Testa and Ms. Hazelwood. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes 5-0. On to announcements and personnel as presented. Ms. Ruggieri.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the school committee. I come before you tonight with one retirement requiring a vote. We have Lisa Ayani, a teacher assistant at Pilgrim High School, retiring in December, who has been with us for 26 years.
Looking for a motion to
So
approve the
moved.
retirement and resignations as presented, made by Mr. Testa, seconded by Ms. Backus. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Seeing none, motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. I have some resignations also requiring a vote. We say goodbye to Patricia Lombardi, a school librarian at Holloman. Catherine Constantino, a science teacher at Windman Middle School. Rihanna Jakes, a teacher assistant at Veterans Middle School. Jenna Lisi, a teacher assistant with no assignment. And we do have 2 teachers resigning as well, but have been with us for a number of years, so I am going to give their years of service as well. Jonathan Pratt, a social studies teacher at Veterans with 18 years of service, and Karen Thomas, a special education teacher at Robertson Elementary School with 30 years of service.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Backus, seconded by Ms. Hazelwood. Any discussion on it? All those in favor? Ms. Hazelwood, do you have something?
I just wanted to, I worked with some of those people, some of the best in the district, so it's saying goodbye to Miss Lisa Ayani. She's made her mark in Warwick Public Schools. I just wanted to say that. She's fantastic.
Thank you. I bid farewell to everyone and wish them well. We do have some appointments tonight as courtesy announcements.
One second, Ms. Ruggieri.
Yes.
Okay,
Oh,
looking
I'm
for
so
a
sorry.
motion to approve the resignation.
Thank you.
We already made that. We had comments. All right, seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Ruggieri.
Again, I have some courtesy appointments tonight. We don't have as many as we've had the past few months, but we still are finishing up our onboarding. So we welcome Lauren Raynone. She's a one-year-only Category 1 Spanish teacher at Veterans Middle School. Ida Arslanian, a school psychologist at Sherman and Wyman. Samantha Davey, severe profound special educator in the transition program. Brenna Enos, elementary special educator at Robertson Elementary School. Emma Asher, speech language pathologist with Welk Hoxie St. Kevin's. Jared Kayer, .8 ELA teacher at Pilgrim High School. We have 2 writing ELA instructional coaches. This is an initiative from RIDE. They just gave us grant money to do this for a year, so we are lucky to have Dr. Ryan Burns and Christy Garvey in that capacity. Mr. Burns is at Windman and Christy is at Veterans. Kathy Parisi joining us as a 50% school psychologist, 1 year only at Welk. Mary Leone and Donna Nassa, 50% parochial school special educators. And Ryan Kessner, a night custodian at Hoxie Elementary School. So welcome to everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Ruggieri, and welcome to all those. Any comments on the appointments and assignments? Seeing none.
And I do have one declination of appointment that I had read last week, so just for the record, I wanted to put it out there that Jessica Fritz, a secondary special educator at Windman, has declined her appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Good to go. Appreciate that. We're on to donations and correspondence. We'd like to thank, on behalf of Warwick Public Schools, Cardi's Furniture, who donated $1,650 worth of special ed common space furniture to Windman Middle School. So again, Thank you very much to Cardi's Furniture for the $1,650 donation to Winman Middle School and their special ed program over there. On to section J of the agenda, adoption of policies. Both of these policies are up for their second read. If the committee isn't opposed, I'd be looking to put the two together unless there's any, certainly you could pull one out if you have any comments or questions, but anyone opposed to us making one motion to adopt both of these in their second read since it's already gone through? Seeing none at this time, I'm going to make a motion to my colleagues that we approve in the second read policies IGDF, student fundraising activities, and policy ECA, building and grounds safety and security.
So moved.
Motion made by Mr. Testa, seconded by Ms. Backus. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr.
Mr.
Chair, if I may.
Testa.
Thank you. And I think this is probably more directed at Mr. McCaffrey or the superintendent. With respect to policy ECA, the building and ground safety and security, we've added the new language in there is the use of the panic button and in what circumstances it should be used. I would like to see at a future meeting, not necessarily a demonstration. This RAVE app is one we've had before. I think the public needs to know what our capabilities are, especially in light of past events. Much was made of the Georgia incident with the emergency button, which you have to click 8 times to notify first responders. Not sure how I'd be able to, be calm and count to 8 versus if I have it on my phone and I press 1 icon. So I think people need to know, we don't want to tell everybody what our plans are for this kind of stuff because they shouldn't know that. But parents need some level of security or comfort in knowing that, God forbid something happens in my school, we're going to have this covered to the best of our ability. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Testa. Anything else from members of the committee? I just have one comment. It is on policy IGDF, student fundraising activities. I do appreciate section B of that policy, the fundraising by PTA, PTO, and booster clubs. Certainly if they're setting something up off-site, outside of school property, a little bit more adult-centric, I appreciate that you guys remove some of the constraints on the food and beverages there. I know that prior booster clubs had brought up concerns of that in the past, so I appreciate you guys being cognizant of that. So, okay. So we had the motion and the second. Any other comments? Ms. Hazelwood?
I just want to thank the chair of the policy committee, Michelle. She does a lot of work with our group of people on the policy committee. We put this all together and it's going along well. This one, they put a lot of thought into it before it got back to you guys. So thank you, everybody, for your input.
Thank you, Ms. Hazelwood, and I agree with you. Nicely done, Ms. Kirby-Chapman.
Thank you.
You
But I can't take all the credit. Thank you to Kristen as well. Well, it was Dr. Cecil too.
The legend of Dr. Cecil. Nicely done, everybody. Any other comments, questions, concerns, funny jokes? Seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes 5-0. You get that on both of the calls.
Bless you.
Okay. We are now on to the new business portion of our meeting. There are 37 items before us this evening. However, there's a few of them that are going to be tabled, and we'll announce that when we get to that. And then when we get to the purchase portion, we'll probably batch them together based on the requesting party. So we're starting off with the first item, discussion presentation, action, Tollgate, Stage 3, ride schematic design submission, left field and Secotio, and I imagine maybe Mr. Gothard. You're going to be joining them? And are we coming down there? Are you presenting up on the screen?
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Chris Spiegel, Project Executive with Left Field Project Management here. For this first agenda item, my job is pretty easy. I'd like to introduce Steve Guglielmo, Principal of Secosio and Associates, to walk you through the Warwick Public Schools Tollgate High School schematic design plan as we plan on submitting to the Rhode Island Department of Education on Friday, if we have your approval tonight. As a reminder to the group, this is a checkpoint in the design. What we are showing you tonight, it is inevitable that it will change in future submissions, and it is inevitable that what we show you tonight is not what is going to be finally built. There is a lot more work that needs to be done. We are still in the very early schematic design phase. With that said, I think Secosio and Associates is presenting a great plan to this point. So Steve, I'll turn it over to you, and then I'll see you all back again for the high school project update.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Again, my name is Steve Guglielmo, Principal Architect with Secosio and Associates, and responsible for the Tollgate High School design. So tonight we're going to present what we presented at the public meeting a couple of weeks ago, but it's a little more enhanced this evening. So we'll start with the site plan. First slide, please. Okay, so I just used the pointer here. This road here comes off of 117, so this is the way everyone comes into the site. Some people come in from the Windman side, but this is the main road coming in from 117. So with this new site layout, the lower area here, which is an existing parking lot, we're planning to remove about 3/4 of that parking and build a baseball stadium and a softball field. In the center here, some concessions. We have some press boxes around the back of the fields on both fields. We have bleachers planned to go in. And we have about 200 parking spaces that we're retaining down this area. It serves both the fields for events, and it also doubles as student parking and parking for the CTC building here that's remaining on site. You see the black outline here. I don't know if you can see it. There's a black outline here. That's the existing school building. That will be raised once we build the new school building that's going in this location, okay? So when you come up this hill, you're gonna pass the softball and baseball fields, past the student parking. The road that's existing right now between the high school and the CTC building will remain. So you continue up the road. This parking lot is a secondary parking lot for the school. This is where the mini buses will stack for special education. This is a special education entrance here. So this is a parking lot of 60 parking spaces. We have a total of 430 parking spaces here, as you can see on the total site. And we've got a total of parking for 47 buses, 13 standard, 14 mini buses. Okay, so that mini buses are gonna line up in this parking lot here. As you come up around that lot, you come to the main parking lot in the back of the school, which is actually the front entrance. This road in front of the school will be a parent pickup drop-off area, completely separate from the parking lot and separate from the bus loop. The bus loop is back here. So the students coming out where the parents are picking up here don't have to cross the buses or walk through the parking lot. So it's a completely separate entrance, loop, and come back out and down the road. Same thing with the buses. They'll come navigate around the back of the parking lot. They'll stack in this loop back here and exit the same way all the way back down to 117. The football stadium is being replaced with a turf field back here with a new track. Seating for 750 people in the stands here with a press box. And we have several of the field events around the field. Javelin throw and hammer throw and things like that around the stadium, okay? Back here, there's an additional practice field going in behind the parking lot. We're also going to possibly stripe something on the baseball field here for an additional practice area here. Okay. Tennis courts. The Windman tennis courts here are being refurbished and brought up to current standards. So that's part of the project also. So instead of building new tennis courts on the site, we plan to refurbish the existing ones. So with that, we're going to do a little video of the site. Okay, set that up. And this is a view basically coming up the road, passing the CTC building. The back of the CTC building. New high school in the background. This walkway connects the main school to the CTC building. We also have buses stacking in the existing road that's remaining between the two buildings. The west parking lot, you can see the buses stacked. Commons, this area between classrooms. Parking lot for teachers, bus loop. And finally, a view from the new stadium looking back at the school. So now we can take a look at the floor plans. I'll walk you through the school on the floor plans now. This is the first floor plan. Main entrance off the rear parking lot here. This is the main entrance to the school. As soon as you come into a secure vestibule, a secure lobby, we have an auditorium. On the opposite side, we have administration and guidance here. Across from that, we have some of the special education rooms here. We have a nurse's suite in this corner here, close to the side exit to that side parking lot that I talked about here. Okay. Coming down in the main spine or boulevard of the building, again, we have security doors at both sides, so anyone coming in, this whole area can be locked down and not allow anyone to go anywhere outside of that lobby area without permission or being escorted into the building. This is the media center library. Right off, you can see some glass. We'll show you that in a rendering in a few minutes. This is right off the main lobby. We have a learning stair here, an eating commons. This is the dining commons across from the kitchen area and the servery. We have some main toilet rooms, public toilet rooms or student toilet rooms during the day. These will be used for events for the auditorium and the gymnasium. This center area is the gymnasium. Behind the auditorium, we do have, this is the backstage area. We have a band room and a chorus room and offices and practice rooms in the center. We have a music production classroom here. Across from the auditorium, we have a prop room. This is where they would build their props and bring them right into the side door of the auditorium. backstage. This is a green room for makeup and changing, uniform storage in this area here. There's some vending machines going out in this location here. Out here, this green area is part of administration. This is going to be a conference room and a career space for students. As we move down the boulevard, the entrance is directly across from this open outdoor commons area. This is the gymnasium. We have 750 seats planned for that gym right now. Behind that, we have locker rooms, PE locker rooms here and here. These 3 rooms here, we have an AD's office, a coach's office, and a physical education staff office with changing rooms and toilet rooms behind them. We have a trainer's room back here. We have these larger rooms are the athletic locker rooms for football, lacrosse, and those type of sports for the field that's out here. So at halftime at a football game or a lacrosse game, they would come in, they would go to their respective locker rooms. The patrons or the people in the stands, if they wanted to get some refreshments, there's going to be a concession stand in the center here, and outdoor access to toilet rooms for the stadium connected to the building. So it's really close. We brought the actual we actually brought the stadium closer to the building so we can actually put these spaces on the back of the existing of the new building, as opposed to building a separate building out next to the stadium, which saved us about $5 million. We have some storage spaces behind the gym here. This is kind of the back of house area in the center, this gray area. We have custodial office, custodial workshop, changing areas. We have an electrical room, mechanical room, fire prevention room. This purple space is the wrestling, dance, and aerobics room. That's going to be a space that's about 16 feet high, and that'll be used for wrestling practice, where we can raise the mats up to the ceiling and get them out of the way for any other activities that have to happen in that space. Coming down the bottom of the plan here, we have, this is one of the learning commons. We have several learning communities in the building where we have a mixture of science rooms, art rooms, and core classrooms here, and breakout spaces in the center here for students and teachers and resource rooms. Okay, and we have a main stair here, another egress stair down here. Same in the front, we have another egress stair here and a communicating stair here for the students that have to navigate from floor to floor to get to classes. Now we'll just go up to the second floor. Next slide, please. I should have mentioned, this building has 2 wings of classrooms. They're both 3-story wings, okay? It's a little different from the Pilgrim plan where they have 3 wings of 2 stories. We have 2 wings of 3 stories. And that was basically because of the topography of the site. We're trying to save costs with excavation and blasting because there's a lot of ledge on this site. So we took out the classroom wing that would be in the middle here. That's existing on the Pilgrim plan. And we split that and put it on either one of these wings to save all the excavation and rock blasting that had to happen in this location here. So that's basically the major difference between the 2 high schools. So this second floor, we have 2 more learning commons here. We have the same setup with the art rooms, core classrooms, science rooms. We've sprinkled in some CTC spaces and tech spaces like robotics here on the main spine. This main boulevard on the second floor overlooks the dining commons here. It overlooks the learning stair, and you can also look down into the media center from this level up here. It also allows you to look into these 2 purple spaces as fitness and weight room, and these 2 spaces also have windows on this side that overlook down into the gymnasium from up above, okay? We have 2 health rooms also on that spine. And what do we got here? These are just breakout spaces and resource rooms. Each wing also has a teacher hub. That's what these corner pieces are in pink, one here and one here. Each classroom commons, each wing has one of those where the teachers would have, that's what they call their home. They would have a desk, file cabinets in those spaces instead of hanging out in a classroom. The classrooms are going to be used most of the time, so all the teachers are going to have a space to go and do their work while the classrooms are being occupied. Next slide, please. This is the 3rd level at the north wing. And again, same type of learning community with the same arrangement with the core classrooms. We have some CTC and tech and science spaces, some graphic arts here. And again, another teacher hub. And we also have a vice principal's space down at the end of this corridor to keep watch on this entire wing here. And the last floor plan slide, please. This is the lower level. This is the lower level at the south wing. And the reason why we only have one lower level on this building is because we dropped this level low enough where we can get access from this level across the street, directly across the street from the CTC building. So the students, there's CTC and wood shop in this location. So the students would come down. There's 2 elevators in the building, one at this location, one at the front. They would either take the elevator or the stairs down if they're going to the CTC building, and it's a short walk down a pathway across the street to the CTC building. So that's why, because we did this purposely because the site is on a hill. So to take advantage of the hill and not having to do more excavation than necessary, we dropped this level 21 feet to get close to the elevation of the CTC building. And when we did that, we got approval from the Department of Education to reuse the CTC building. If we had not done that, we wouldn't have gotten no approval to use the CTC building. We needed to bring that building, this new building, as close as we can to the CTC building to get approval from RIDE to do that. So with that, we have a short walkthrough that we're going to show, taking you right through the building to some of the main spaces. So that concludes the presentation.
I'll see if I can do my best to answer any question.
If they have any questions, I'll answer. It doesn't matter. We did advance it a little bit for this go around.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Gonna open it up for comments. If the colleagues don't mind. Ms. Backus, yes, you can go ahead and lead us off.
How many classrooms are slated for the Tollgate building?
Do we know how many are you talking teaching spaces or just core classrooms? Because we have 20 core classrooms, and I think we have about 84 teaching spaces.
What?
8 science
How do you define
rooms.
teaching spaces?
Any space that can be used to bring a class. In other words, like the auditorium would be a teaching space. You know, you count all the art rooms, the science rooms. You could even count the learning commons stair that we have out in the commons area as a teaching space. Anywhere where a teacher can take a class and teach a class. According to the Department of Education, any space that we can have where a teacher can take their students and have a class, doesn't have to be in a classroom, is considered a teaching space. Like the back of the auditorium where we have some seating on risers in the back, those risers will have tablet arms just in the back. So a teacher could take their class in the auditorium and teach a class in the auditorium. That would be a teaching space.
Why aren't there more classrooms?
So this is, the reason that we don't have just corridors of identical classrooms stacked all up each other is that's not a tenet of 21st century education. Flexibility is the name of the game with 21st century collaboration. A wide variety of different types of teaching spaces allows teachers to collaborate. It allows them to have more types of project-based learning with small groups. It allows them to change how they teach. 21st century education is one of its, as I said, it's one of its tenets, is this ability to change, to teach dynamically and to move classrooms around as you see fit for your workload or your course load or what's currently going. It also allows collaboration between departments. You now have, you can talk about project-based learning. You can bring CTE students in with chemistry students, and you can talk about ways that their projects work together, where their coursework works together. In a traditional classroom setting of 23, 24 seats, it just doesn't foster that type of collaboration. So, but it's also being able to break down into smaller groups and a teacher can take 3 or 4 students for a specific item here, 6 students in this different room here. It's just the flexibility and the variety of the spaces.
How do they determine who's going to use those spaces?
Yeah, that's an operational issue, but in order to determine all of these spaces, we went through numerous rounds of educational programming with the principal and with teachers to figure out exactly what would work. It was a very thoughtful process.
Are the 24 classrooms, does that include science and art and things like that?
No.
No.
Yeah, those are all separate. Robotics, art, yeah, they're,
We have 8 of each.
yeah.
8 science, 8 art.
Thank you.
All set, Ms. Backus?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Any other comments from members of the committee? I've got Ms. Kirby-Chat.
With the tennis courts, regarding the tennis courts, I think we all got an email about them, can you explain again what you're gonna do with the tennis courts? I know you said you're gonna repave them. Is that new fencing? They said there's a huge drop off at the back area. Are we securing that?
Yes, we're actually looking at that now. The school department has hired a geotech engineer to do some borings and some underground testing to confirm. We've already had structural engineers look at it and geotech engineers go out and take a quick look at it, but now they're going to actually do some borings out there, some excavation, some light excavation around just to make sure that the site is stable. Once we get that report and they tell us that it's stable, we will remove the asphalt surface that's there, remove all the fencing, resurface the entire tennis court area, put up all new fencing, new netting above the fencing so the balls don't go down the hill. We're going to add in the front along the parking lot, between the parking lot and the tennis courts, a paved area where people can actually sit with their chairs when they come to watch a game, and it would be handicap accessible, with all the ADA compliant access from the parking lot down to that area and into the tennis courts too.
As far as the timeline, being that the tennis courts are like off to the side, is that a definite? Is that a maybe?
We won't know for sure until we get the geotech report back to see what we can do. Right now, it is in the project and it is in the estimates that we are refurbishing those tennis courts. And it'll be done, I would imagine, after the school is built, when they do the rest of the fields. Because we're going to build a new school first, raise the existing buildings, and then build the fields after that.
And then I guess my second thing was, there was a lot of parent concern with safety. Do we have safety features, and do we consult safety?
Yeah.
Especially
So
a lot of the open concept, I think a lot of parents are
So
nervous.
I'm happy to discuss individual safety items with the committee in closed session. I'd prefer not to discuss security
But
issues.
there is a plan and it's there.
There is a plan. It is in place. We have professional security consultants. And especially in light of just the most recent tragedy in Georgia, it's top of our minds. So, but yes, everything is being considered for safety. And your own police department has reviewed these plans, and they have other opportunities to review them as well.
Like, it might be stupid, but I always think of the malls and kids being stupid and throwing kids over the balcony. Where was that balcony? Because I'm just picturing some kids being stupid and throwing a kid over.
I believe it's probably 4.5 feet, right, for the,
It's either going to be 4 feet or 4'6" high.
yeah. So either 4 feet.
22 inches by code, but we're going above code.
So I'm unfortunately only 5'7", so it's up to you.
Okay, so it wouldn't be easy to throw somebody over.
It takes some
Not that I
effort.
want to put that in anyone's head.
It would take some effort, sure.
Okay, all right. And then I guess going back to, obviously we heard from a lot of people about the gymnasium size. Had that come across your?
So I think we did our best to explain where we currently are. You know, we've heard loud and clear that we want 2 very, very large gymnasiums. As the current, the project shows, you have a main gymnasium with seating for 750 people, but you can fit the entire school easily within there. I know that there's some differing opinions about bringing in chairs or just making it bigger. All will get fleshed out by our next time that we come to this committee for approval. I know that there's some very strong opinions on that, and we're adjusting and pivoting to that as we go on. But the current plan is, as you saw, you've got the main gym with 6 basketball hoops, seating for 750, and then you've got an additional gym. It just so happens that we're calling it the wrestling room right now, but we can raise those wrestling mats and things like that so that it becomes more of a multi-purpose space with athletic flooring and things like that.
I guess we just want to make sure that we're listening to the community and what the community wants as well. I mean, I know you have your design, you're going to submit that, but
Yeah, we
it's kind of like a current, like.
we understand. You know, the main thing that I do want to get across, and I hope I got this across at our larger committee meeting, is that there are a lot of authorities having jurisdiction over this project, right? The Rhode Island Department of Education is cutting a check for 50% of this project. They've got a significant say. So it's, if there are opportunities to fund things that RIDE won't, and if you look at, East Providence High School as an example, their extra fields and their larger auditorium, That was actually funded by a separate bond. They went to the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank for additional money for that project because they have a very high reimbursement rate, and RIDE wasn't going to fund it. So we can absolutely explore opportunities, but I think our goal right now is to get everything that you want in our base design. It's going to be very tough, but we're still working towards it.
So just so I get this in my head, so the only way now would get a big gymnasium is to get more money per se, instead of just taking something away?
No, that's not,
Okay.
you
Okay.
no. So where we are, what the project that you saw today
Right.
is currently within our contingencies, and so therefore it's on budget. But I've made the point that we want to be incredibly conservative at this early stage, and then we can add, as I move forward through the project and the risks that I'm preparing for are not realized, I can add money back into the project. But at this point in the design, if we wanted like a much larger second gym with additional full basketball court and seating, we'd have to give and take. There'd be a give and take process for that.
Okay. Heard.
Thank you. All set, Ms. Kirby-Chapman? Great. So I broke my comments down into indoors and outdoors. Again, I'll state what I stated during the last meeting, and great work with kind of following the way of the land, so that that way we can reduce our excavation costs and you kind of optimize the layout of the whole Tollgate complex there. Please don't use the baseball fields. Outfield is another field. Don't line it. We have done that social experiment at Pilgrim for decades now, and I can tell you, after the field hockey and soccer teams run up and down and tear that all up, we're in the Northeast. Grass doesn't start to grow and germinate there until, late April. Baseball season is, by the time that's all done and it's in a good position, the field looks like crap when the season's coming to an end. Or that's when the field starts to look better, is when the season's basically coming to an end. Especially since it sounds like turf isn't in the consideration there. So if we really got to make sure if we're putting in grass, we're putting in irrigation, and that we're using those fields appropriately. I appreciate you touching on security considerations and that you'll speak with us, because certainly looking at the outdoor commons areas, it doesn't look like there's any barriers. So I think the outdoor common areas are great. I think it's great that we, classrooms can go out there, and it's an extension of the facility almost, and teachers can go out there and expand the learning environment, get some fresh air, but just trying to figure out what the security considerations are there, as anyone from the general public, or I'll call them unauthorized people, would be able to just pretty much get close to the students and to the
You touch it with a point. It's a very difficult balance to achieve. We obviously, the school building committee takes it incredibly seriously, but we're always open to more feedback from the teachers union, from this committee, or from administration, to see how we can pivot. Just this most recent incident in Georgia has given us new insight into the way that these types of tragedies happen, and we'll make sure that we incorporate lessons learned from other people's projects onto our own.
I appreciate that. Fencing around the stadium, again, another security point of view. Was that removed, or was that just not available to be seen in the video?
The whole
footage?
site is fenced.
The whole site. So
The
there
whole
is
site.
fencing around the stadium there as well. So that way you can kind of control the flow of people in and out of the stadium from a security perspective.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. It's nice that you're using restrooms on the back end of the facility for the stadium, because you moved the stadium closer. But as far as the other athletic fields away from the building, is there going to be another restroom facility up the way, kind of in between
So
the baseball and softball
I'm going to go
fields?
on a limb, and I'm going to say that is an incredibly expensive proposition,
Yeah.
because now I have to run sewer lines and water lines however far, probably 1,000,
It's probably about 700,
800 yards, 100 feet. It's very expensive.
And plus, there's a lot of ledge. Yeah. Getting back to that practice field, there's a lot of ledge. So to get excavation back
Yep.
there for all the utilities for the toilet rooms is just not feasible. Those fields are going to basically be used for practice, the ones up in the back of the parking lot. And the main stadium is going to be basically used for the games. Like
Talking about the baseball and
baseball.
softball fields, which looked like they
No.
were up in the northeast quadrant of the.
The
diagram.
baseball and softball down the bottom of the site.
Yeah.
That will have, there's a scheduled concession and toilet building there too.
Fantastic.
Yes.
That addresses that.
So, sorry, I thought you meant the other side.
Yeah, I
Nope,
meant, yeah.
Nope. As far as indoors, again, really great security features, especially everything going on in our society, not only just recently, but in the past. So appreciate that. The glass, the constituents continue to reach out, especially after the last school committee meeting there that we had on the 21st. Obviously, that's a concern, and you know, I would echo their sentiments.
I just spoke with someone about that as I walked in today as well about that concern. Honestly, reducing the glazing for me as your project manager is a good thing. It certainly reduces the cost of the building. The only thing that we have to consider is that there is actually a regulation in terms of the amount of your facade that is glazing as opposed to masonry wall.
I'm sorry, I switched over to the interior. So the glass
the
on
interior,
the interior,
yeah, the interior as
facility.
well. There's RIDE regulations on daylighting and the amount of borrowed light and things like that. We can submit a variance to RIDE, and I think a variance for security is one that they would easily approve.
Yeah, you know, you're looking into like the library and then into several classrooms. It eliminates one of our security measures that we have for reaction to intruder-based incidents. So certainly, if it looks like a fishbowl and you could see in it, and it picks up one of our plans there to address that. The gymnasium size, I'll state it again for the record. Gymnasium size, it's going to be, that'll be the sword I die on. I've done a little bit of homework here. I'll share with you and the building committee. Gymnasiums throughout Rhode Island or southern New England altogether. You know, we're building probably one of the smaller size gyms, and I'm not looking at it again from an athletics perspective. I want to make that very clear. This is the gymnasium is a physical education space. You know, seating, of course, I stand firm that 750 seats. It's got to be increased. The gymnasium square footage itself. And these comments are, you know, representative of both Pilgrim and Tollgate. You know, this is where, when we get to votes further down the road there, I just want to make sure nobody says, hey, you know, Sean, you didn't bring us along in your thought process on this. It's going to be, that's the line.
I understand, Mr. Chair. You know, just a couple things for us as a group to keep in mind. I know this isn't what you want to hear, but it is currently bigger than what you have. But I know that's not what you want to hear. And the other thing is that the gym size is actually codified by RIDE regulations per student. You can accept you can get a variance for those sorts of things, but again, usually with variances, RIDE doesn't pay for that difference. So, but they're not paying for 50% of this project, right? So there is ways that we can work around that. I think I want to be clear and tell you that I've heard you loud and clear. We'll see what we can do.
You're the man. I appreciate that. As far as the gym, is that space tempered air, or is that a full-blown HVAC?
That's AC.
Okay, yeah. Fantastic. And then the last thing, kind of just to build off of Ms. Kirby Chapman's comments, the open sides of the second floor there, any concerns there? Students dropping things, throwing things over, you know, just general safety.
So
that's, you know, you've got that in a professional office building, and I just want to clarify, the glass, though it's a concern of mine, looks beautiful. The designs itself, they all look great.
They do, right? Don't they? Yeah.
For a college facility with older individuals in that, you know, occupying it, for a office building with adults occupying it, you know, I think it looks amazing. But I'm just thinking about the mentality of a majority of the occupants in that facility, and both there and at Pilgrim.
One of the things, and I do hear you, but just wanted to point out this, is that in terms of supervision is now spread out throughout the building as well. So at each of the corners of where that large balcony is, you've got teacher planning rooms right there that have glass and they can see. With that being said, I do hear you. We'll take a look at what we can do. We do not want to make that a solid wall, though, because then you're going to be losing all of that natural light that feeds a lot of those other spaces, and that'll run you afoul of the Northeast Collaborative for high-performing schools. So we'll take a look and see how we can make it maybe a little bit more safety. Maybe it's something as simple as extra cameras and things like that, but we'll take a look.
Great. Thank you. That's all I have. Mr. Chester? Yep.
Thank you. I'll just be quick. I'll be a little flippant, too. Everything about this is going to be a balance in terms of security, in terms of glass, in terms of railings, in terms of having a facility where a knucklehead can pick up a kid and throw him over a railing. It's all going to be a question of balance, because if you want complete security, you'd build a brick building with no windows and 2 entrances, right? You'd have a toll gate if you wanted something like that. So nothing's going to be foolproof, right? But I think everybody involved is going to do their damnedest to make sure that it's the safest, most secure building we can have, right? It's not a military base, it's a public school. So it will just be a balance. And I trust the creativity of the teams on each school, and I trust left field to come up with those plans. And as you said, there's so many governing bodies that rule this, that you're not going to be able to get away with anything. You're not going to pull a fast one on them.
Yeah, I don't think your comment's flippant. I think, to Mr. Gallagher's point and the rest of the committee's points that we've heard, there are a lot of different voices that have a say in this project, and we're doing our best to balance them. It's not an easy job. It'd be a lot easier if this was LaSalle or Hendricken, that private school where they don't have RIDE paying 50% of the project, right? They can set their own priorities about what they want. I can't do that, and so it is a balance, and I think that every comment I've heard today is valid, including, about kids being knuckleheads and throwing stuff off of a second-story balcony into another group of kids. That's going to be a difficult one to solve. I think you have the right team in place to solve them, and hopefully when we come back and we show you our next iteration of this design, you say, maybe that's not exactly what I thought it would be, but it'll get the job done. And I take every one of your comments seriously. I do.
I appreciate that, and I just want to clarify again, beautiful designs, but given what I do for work, my job's to look at risk, right? And nothing's ever happened until it's happened, right?
No,
so that's,
you are
No,
100% right about that, right?
Thank
I used to think I was a cynic. I've come to find out that I'm an idealist. So working through that on my own time. The only other, I think I had, do you have anything else to say on that? Okay.
great. Thank you so much.
Callan.
Ms. Backus.
One other question. Will the wrestling room, will that be adequate for a gymnastics team to practice in? Right now, there are problems in the city because we don't have a gymnastics facility in the school system where kids can practice due to ceiling heights and things like that.
RIDE is not going to fund a gymnastics. I mean, the way that we've designed this room is to be as flexible as possible. I believe it's double height. 16. Yeah, 16 feet. But I don't know if it'll be spec'd out that you could have the clearances, the safety clearances for a tumbling routine or something like that. It's certainly tall, though. 16 feet is little less than double height space, double height.
It's just been an issue over the years, and I happen to remember a parent talking to me about it.
Yeah. I understand. We're trying to make that space as flexible as possible. So
Right
just
now, our kids have to go to a facility in Cranston, so,
want to keep them within city limits. I get it.
yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Backus. Any other comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, appreciate the presentation this evening.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me. Looking for a motion to accept the action of the Tollgate Stage 3 RIDE schematic design submission.
So moved.
Made by Ms. Backus,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Testa. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Seeing none, motion passes 5-0. Next item is discussion update, superintendent update. Superintendent Danbrook.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the school committee, I just wanted to share some recent activities that have been happening. Central administrators and some school committee members went to back-to-school visits. We participated in welcoming teachers and students to a new school year. All of the schools looked amazing. Classrooms, hallways, common areas were thoroughly cleaned over the summer. I'd like to thank all of the custodians, teacher assistants, facilities, and helpers who worked tirelessly over the summer. A special thanks to Mr. Oliver, Mrs. Higgins, and to Mr. Riccuti for overseeing this work. In the classrooms, both teachers and students were busy establishing routines and building relationship. Teachers were enthusiastically teaching, while students were collaborating and sharing ideas. It was truly a rewarding experience. I would also like to thank Mr. Gothberg for managing all of the summer projects so all the schools could open on time. So thank you. That was a challenge. Okay, also, open houses have started. An open house event serves important purposes, all aimed at fostering communication, engagement, and a sense of community between the school, teachers, students, and parents. Please make every effort to attend your child's open house. And lastly, there was an administrators retreat held on August 20th and August 21st. It was a chance for administrators to come together, to collaborate, and share ideas. Some topics that we discussed included upcoming curriculum initiatives, policies and procedures, legal matters, finance, and technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Danbrook. Any comments? Members of the committee, I just want to thank the superintendent and her staff and all of the administrators for welcoming us into the schools.
Yes.
I know myself, Ms. Kirby Chapman, and Ms. Hazelwood capitalized on it. Actually, Ms. Hazelwood, she gets the gold star. She did the full tour, the full circuit with you guys, but really appreciate it. It was great to go in, see all the kids back. This is why we do what we do. It was also great to see all the teachers, and then also it was cool to see kind of the new special services hubs that have been set up in the elementary schools with the changes in the special ed language and the teachers union contract. So it was neat to see all that kind of in place. So really appreciate you letting us in and join you guys. Anyone else have any comments? Good? Great. Next item, discussion update, FY25 monthly financial report and year-end review. Mr. Bowl.
Good evening, Chairman and School Committee. I've provided everybody with the latest monthly fiscal report. I did want to highlight that I also included, just for transparency, some communications between the school department and RIDE. This dates back to fiscal year 22, RIDE noting some deficiencies in our financial reporting around grants. This is a specific focus of the department excuse me, in correcting these deficiencies in the internal controls that we were lacking previously. We are looking forward to this upcoming Monday when the implementation of the ERP system that the school committee approved and supported, and that is going to be a large piece of resolving some of the issues that we've had. We're also working closely with Mr. Heatherton, our grants director, and I appreciate his patience and teamwork on resolving some of these issues. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee on the finance report? Nope, seeing none. And I've got one. Munis, how is the ERP transition going?
So the kickoff meeting is this upcoming Monday, where we've met our project manager, but we'll have our first official meeting regarding data conversion. So that's the first step of the process, is taking all of the old data, scrubbing it, making sure that it's the data that we want in the new system, and starting to import that. So that's going to be the first chunk of the work, which will take place in October, November.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Mr. Bowl?
I just want to thank you, Mr. Bowl, for bringing us up to date with these things. We've been far behind with the way we do it, and you're bringing us up to where we should be, so I want to thank you for that.
Yep. It's a long process, it's a lot of work, but I think we've got the right direction.
Thank you. Any other comments from members of the committee? Seeing none. Next item, discussion update, bond project status update. Mr. Gothberg.
Good evening, Chairman Galligan, committee members. First, I'd like to thank facilities for their hard work for following behind our construction crews. Mr. Oliver and his team, Mrs. Higgins, Mr. Ricciuti, and all the custodians went out of their way. Very difficult summer, as I've told you, over the summer. A lot of work in 7 weeks. Without them, we wouldn't have opened, and their work is truly appreciated. Also, the moves went very smoothly. Holloman to Gorton and the Oakland Beach to Oakland Beach proper out of Gorton, and Greenwood from the storage back to Greenwood all went smoothly. Thanks to Vita's Express, they did a great job. As far as the projects, Greenwood Elementary School opened on time. Yes. HVAC startup is completed. Some rooftop work is ongoing, finishing up some duct installation on the rooftop duct. Minor punch list items to be completed after their engineers do their final walkthrough. The variable frequency drives were started up this morning. All went well. And the official boiler startup is on 9/16. So I think everybody's happy with what went on there. I haven't had any complaints, so I'm pleased. Oakland Beach, school again opened up on time. Punch list items are 99% complete. We had a partial window delivery on 9/9. Windows started going in that night, so that will be ongoing throughout the fall. Second shift and on Saturdays. Bookcase counter and countertops will follow the windows when the windows are about 75% complete, as that will go much quicker than the window installation, so we'll get them started and then they can follow and work nonstop, and that will also be second shift. The facade repair work mobilized this week. Staging erection happened. It started Monday and is continuing. Actual work to start on 9/23 demolition and the brick repair. Warwick Neck school opened on time miraculously. Elevator shaft is ongoing and will be ongoing until 10/15 to the end of October. This is a very, very difficult project. Elevators are notoriously hard to complete and it's very difficult in a building that's operating, but it looks good, and we will get that done by the end of October, worst case. And final paving and line striping will be on October 3rd. That's Rosh Hashanah. School will be closed, and the contractor has agreed to work that day. Green building, again, the school opened on time. Minor punch list items ongoing now. The exterior doors did arrive late, and we'll be installing those second shift. And we're moving forward along with the interior door ADA openers. We did find a problem with the electric strikes there. The standard electric strikes don't fit up against the glass block on those door frames, so we had to order new ones for that. Holloman building is underway already. Abatement and demolition is well underway. HVAC equipment has arrived and will be following the demolition and abatement, along with steel erection, and we will coordinate with HVAC and electrical work on that steel work. Rhode Island Energy has installed 11 new poles throughout that neighborhood to bring the additional power that's needed for that 2,500 amp service. And we've worked with the contractor to ensure that the project will be completed no later than the third week of June 2025, with hopes that we can get that done by the end of May to give Mr. Oliver and his team plenty of time to clean and get the contents moved out of Gorton back to Holloman as soon as school is out at the third week of June. So happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from members of the committee?
One, thank you, Mr. Gothberg. With respect to Holloman, this morning at the building committee, you mentioned that you're working with the contractor to make access to the playground there easier while construction goes on, right? Because that was an issue. Some parents were concerned. Because of the length of the meeting today and the phone calls, I didn't get a chance to get over there today, but I had asked them to move that fence away from the tennis courts, where that back area where it's tight against those bushes, to give about 4 feet of clearance
It would take a little bit of work. I think we had to take out one section and move everything over a little bit, but they were supposed to work on that either today and tomorrow. I'll get over there tomorrow to confirm, so hopefully by the end of the week that will be done.
Thank you.
But
And
there
then-
is access from that the street behind Holloman and down that walkway. That's, if they can go back that way, they can get in there very easily.
Okay. And then the RIA, Rhode Island Alternative Academy, they're in green currently now, right?
Yeah, that opened on time.
We're in there, they're in,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Mr. Gothberg, you've also got an item here, item 12, the Allberg construction change order. While you're up, would you want to address that?
Happy to do that.
Anybody have any issues with us taking action item number 12? Okay, item 12, discussion action, change order, Allberg construction, Mr. Gothberg.
Okay, we have 6 PCOs, potential change orders, that if approved would be turned into a change order for this project. The first one is actually a credit. We have a $3,800 credit. As we got into that project, we realized that we did not need 3 rescue windows. Code allowed us not to put them in because we had proper egress, so we were able to get that credit. We did have to add some electrical trim for the electrically operated crash bars. So that is number 2 is $2,048. Do you want to approve these one at a time, or would you like to take them as a whole?
Anybody have any objections to taking it all at one packet? Seeing none? So we're looking to make, I'm looking for a motion to approve the change orders associated with Allberg construction.
When we're done. Yeah, when we're done, when I go through all of them, you can
If you,
say
all
yeah.
right, then go
Okay.
ahead, yep.
Okay, number 3, when we went to shut the water off when we were doing the ADA bathrooms, the valves that controlled that had not been exercised in many years, and they did not work. So we had to shut down the building, and to keep the building going so that the custodians could clean the building, we had to add 5 shut-off ball valves. So that was a cost of $1,681. Number 4, we got into a classroom, and at some time when we were doing the fire alarm, we discovered that for some reason switches were removed from that classroom, and the lights actually did not work. So we couldn't quite figure that out. I talked to you, Mr. Galligan, on this, and this was to rewire the lights and add switching. So we did an emergency approval on that for $4,403. I also talked to you about the emergency sewer repair in the back. We don't have a number on that yet, so I'll bring that to the next committee meeting, but I just wanted to bring that to light, that we had a sewer line that failed. It was broken about halfway in that rear parking lot and had to be dug up and repaired. When I get that number, I would bring it next month. And the last one is the big one. When we did the fire alarm, we hooked up to the existing devices to the new system, and we added the new devices. We found that they did not sync. The existing devices were so old that, and we're talking about the visual blinking lights. What happened was they do not sync, so that causes potential seizure issues, and it's not to code. So the fire marshal has demanded that we change those devices out, and that cost is $19,221. We have not done that work. We will do that work if approved, but we're going to have to do the work. So I seek your approval on 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6.
Looking for a motion.
Move approval.
Made by Mr. Testa, seconded by Ms. Backus. Any comments or questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
And as an additional comment, it falls within, so far, the original budget that we agreed upon, including the change orders. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 5, discussion update, high school project update. Mr. Spiegel.
Good evening again, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Our update for this week, I'll be providing an update for activities during the month of August. This is the same update that we provided to the school building committee this morning. So in terms of the ongoing work that we have been doing, again, we're moving these projects forward into a schematic design submission with RIDE. As a reminder, Pilgrim was submitted after your past approval. That is still in RIDE review. At this time, we have not heard any feedback from them whatsoever, but we've also had multiple meetings with Dr. De Silva at RIDE before we submitted that, so we're not expecting any pushback at all with that design. I'm also happy to announce that since we submitted that design, the project has come down in cost. As we've discussed, what I showed you and what you approved today or 3 weeks ago, it changes, and there have been some significant changes to that building. You guys will see them soon. Nothing for educational program. This has to do with other ways of building it more efficiently, the amount of glazing in the building, different things like that. So that project is actually substantially on budget. It is in a great place right now. We're very confident that in a few weeks, once we get your approval, Tollgate will be in the exact same place. Just as a reminder, it's about 6 weeks behind the other project with a much more difficult site. Additional work, we wrapped up, in August 24, we wrapped up all of our enabling work at the CTC building, including the electrical, the installation of modular classrooms, mechanical, electrical, and fire protection. That's a big one, fire protection coordination. We have all the correct sign-offs with the city of Warwick prior to them moving in. Additional perimeter fencing was installed. We have boulders for gravel retainment in place. Just, again, enabling work that we're doing now so that we can hit the ground running in March. Project remains on schedule for a March groundbreaking date, even though technically we've already moved some earth around. We're still targeting March. Additional work, just some dates to give you guys an idea. This is a new thing that we're doing. Hopefully you guys like it. August 1st, the modular classroom was set in place. We had an additional design meeting with Tollgate department heads, again, that first week of August. We had a site design review meeting on the Pilgrim site. Of course, the school building committee on the 7th, school committee on the 13th, a design meeting on finishes on August 19th. We had our school committee presentations as well, the special presentations that Chairman Galligan put on the docket for us. Cost estimates for the first round of Tollgate have come back, and we are within our contingencies. That came back on August 21st. Drumrock enabling final fire protection inspection took place on the 26th. Our estimate reconciliation meeting took place on the 27th. Those are full-day meetings. What's the purpose of those reconciliation meetings? That is when our third-party cost estimator and our construction manager get together, and we basically see where their estimate is and where our estimate is. It's a way of a check and balance on the construction manager on DIMIA. We also had a RIDE page turn meeting on the Tollgate School on the 28th. That went incredibly well with Dr. De Silva as well. I'm happy to say that both of those page turns with Dr. De Silva are some of the most positive I've ever had coming out of those meetings. That's a good thing for our project, right? RIDE will focus on projects that are not in the same good place that we are. We'd rather their attention be paid elsewhere. In terms of our project budget summary, to date, the total amount that has been expended on the project, just give me 1 second, I did not bring my glasses. John, can you read this for me?
He uses cheaters.
You got your glasses on, right? What's the total amount expended? So to date, expenditures on the project are $5.4 million over the course. That includes the entire project. We, of course, do coordinate our expenditures with the City of Warwick's general ledger for this project to make sure that we're holding everything that they're charging to the project as well. The vast majority of that money has been spent on design fees over the last 2 years.
Great, thank you. Anything else?
No, it's a short update compared to some of the other ones. We've had a lot of meetings recently.
That's perfect. Any comments or questions from members of the committee? My only comment would be if you could, with your team, look at calendars for the week of the 21st or the 28th, and I'll convene with the committee here and administration for our next follow-up. Just bringing the community up to speed on where you stand for that October forum that we discussed back in July, of doing one maybe in October and then another one in January right before we break ground.
So let me get back to this committee on when our design submission to RIDE is, so we can coordinate the design development submission.
Perfect.
I want to get RIDE feedback before I show you, because I'm going to have to make changes for RIDE. So.
Yeah, and even if in that meeting you're just giving the public an update on, hey, here's what's occurred since we've last met on the 21st. These are the checkpoints that we've hit, and field more comments. Then there it is. You know, that would be a quicker meeting than the one we had the other day, because they got 2 years worth of a data dump. Now we'll give them 2 months worth of a data dump, and then hopefully they're.
And as we get into construction, they'll have weekly updates on project progress. So.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Appreciate it. Item 6, discussion action, superintendent and assistant superintendent contracts. Looking for a motion to approve the contracts as presented in executive session. Motion made by Ms. Backus.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Hazelwood and Mr. Testa. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Item 7, discussion action, WTU grievance 24-594, contract violation ratio compensation as presented in executive session. Looking for a motion to move.
So moved.
Made by Ms. Backus.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Testa.
What do we?
Item 7,
Yeah,
it's the superintendent's
Right, so
and
are we-
director of HR's recommendation
So
on the WTU grievance 24-594, contract violation ratio compensation.
Right, so is the move to uphold? What's the
The
move?
move would be to uphold the superintendent's recommendation.
Yes, all right, so I would make a motion that we deny the grievance.
Okay. Motion made by Mr. Testa.
Right.
I'll second it.
Okay.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We've got
3-2.
Ms. Backus,
Right, 3-2.
nay. Ms. Hazelwood,
3-2.
nay. Ms. Kirby Chapman, aye. Mr. Testa, aye. Myself, aye. Motion passes to deny the grievance 3-2. Next item, discussion action, Council 94 employee termination. Looking for a motion on this item.
So moved.
Motion would be to either uphold the recommendation
To deny the
or to
recommendation.
deny the recommendation. So you're making a motion to deny the recommendation by
recommendation.
Ms. Backus. I will second it as well, seconded by Mr. Testa. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Ms. Hazelwood abstains.
I abstained. I know the person.
It's a 4-0 vote to deny the termination. One abstention. Item 9, discussion action, middle school administrator resignation.
Move
We've-
approval
Moving approval of
the
the
resignation.
superintendent's recommendation on the handling of this matter.
Yes.
Okay, made by Ms.
Second.
Backus, seconded by Mr. Testa. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Items 10 and 11, I'm making a motion at the request of the administration and legal counsel to table.
I'll second it.
Motion seconded by Mr. Testa. Any discussion on the tabling? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We've already addressed item 12. Item 13, contract award, discussion action, United Rentals, AT 250023. I imagine Mr. McCaffrey.
I recommend passage for an open PO for the United Rentals for the Porta Johns for the fields for the season, for the school year.
Thank you. Looking for a motion to move approval.
So moved.
Made by Mr. Testa.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Backus. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Item 14, discussion action, contract award, athletic supplies. Mr. McCaffrey.
Once again, I recommend passage for the purchase of athletic supplies for the athletic department, as presented by Mr. Ricks in your folders this evening.
Looking for a motion to move approval.
So moved.
Motion made by Mr. Testa. I'll second it. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes 5-0. Item 15, discussion action contract award. Actually, anyone opposed from the committee if we take item 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19, all presented by Mr. Kane, all contract awards. Any objections?
No.
If anyone has anything they'd like to pull out? All right, so Mr. Kane, if you'd like to present.
Sure. Mr. Chair, members of the school committee, we're looking to approve Marine Trades to purchase a Lincoln Welder multi-purpose Power MIG 360 MP. The cost of $67.51 is 09. This is at no cost to the district. It's through state categorical funds. It's not required to go out to bid. Second, approval to purchase another 2024 Microbird 14-passenger multifunction school activity bus for work-based learning requirements. Purchase price of $92,578. It's at no cost to the district. It's funded through state categorical funding and RIDE CTE. It follows all RIDE CTE requirements. We've used them in the past, and once again, this is not required to go out to bid. So this will be the third one we bought. The goal is 4, so when we have 2 high schools, we have 2 at each building, and that replaces the existing fleet. Culinary program's looking for approval for requisition that encumbers $9,000 for consumable food purchases. This is a budget expense coming from the commercial food supply account. We're also looking for the culinary program for approval of requisition for $26,000 for consumable food purchases, budget expense coming from the food, commercial food supply account, also not required to go out to bid. We're also looking for approval to pay $13,600 to Roger Williams University for 2 new teachers to participate in the CTE teacher certification program. We hired 3 teachers this year. 2 of them need certification. There's an existing agreement with RIDE and Roger Williams University where they're able to finish up through grant funding. So I'd like to take advantage of that so they're fully CTE certified at that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. I'm looking for moving of approval of item 15, discussion action contract award, Air Gas Inc. 20202. Item 16, discussion action contract award, Anco Inc. DBA Anderson Motors Inc. 20211. Item 17, discussion action contract award, Rocks Fresh Food Inc. 20174. Item 18, discussion action contract award, Cisco LLC 20175. And item 19, discussion action contract award, Roger Williams University 20342. Move approval made by Ms. Backus.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Hazelwood. Any discussion?
I have one question for Mr. Kane. On the bus, what's the lead time on that? Do we know?
They have it, I actually have been in contact with him over the past couple of years. They have one in stock right now, so he contacted me this week. So if you approve it, we'll have it in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Right. Thank you.
Got all those. Item 20, discussion action contract award, Coastline EAP 20216, as presented by Ms. Ruggieri.
Hello. I have before you tonight a requisition for 3 months at our previous EAP provider. We are transitioning to a new provider through Blue Cross. This is budgeted and it is on the MPA.
Move approval.
Motion made to move approval by Ms. Backus.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Testa. Any discussion?
Question.
Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Item 21, discussion action contract award, Cyber Communications 20055, as presented by Mr. McCaffrey.
Mr. Chair, I'm recommending passage to purchase 12 portable radios for Winman Middle School and programming of those devices to upgrade the existing devices that are beyond their useful life at this point.
Looking for a move approval.
Move approval.
Made by Ms. Backus.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Hazelwood. Any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Item 22, discussion action, contract award, Yardworks, Inc., outdoor learning spaces. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the school committee. What we have before you here is the purchase orders for the outdoor learning spaces. We did receive emergency approval on this due to timeline, but this is to formalize the purchases. This is all grant funded. It's an ongoing project and was all put out to competitive bid by Left Field.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Looking for a motion to move approval?
Move approval.
Made by Ms. Backus.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Testa. Ms. Hazelwood, any comments?
I have a quick question for
Mr.
Dr.
Testa.
Taylor. So we got a $700,000 grant, we're spending 332. I'm sorry, 367. That means we have 332 left?
Nope, the grant was for 700,000, approximately 100,000 per location. Just the landscape construction piece is what's here.
Okay.
You'll see coming to future school committees near you, purchases for the furniture for the outdoor learning spaces, purchases for the other stuff as well.
All right.
Yep.
Hey, boy can wonder. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. If there's no objections from members of this committee, I'd like to take items 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27 as presented by Dr. Schultz. Certainly we could do as we always do. If you have a question, you want to pull one out in particular, but any objections to that?
No.
Seeing none, Dr. Taylor. Dr. Schultz. Too many doctors.
No.
No.
Can you hear me now? Oh, sorry. Gosh, that was really bad timing, everybody. Hopefully everyone's awake. All right. Taking them all at once sounds wonderful to me. Honestly, they're budgeted and paid for by local expenses, and just it's things that the students need for science, for applications, things like that. For science, for applications, digital applications, and things of that nature. So I'd appreciate your approval.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay. And any discussion?
I have two questions for Dr. Schultz. On the ECA educational services for ready to teach science kits for middle school students, is there a relationship with this to GEMSNet? Because didn't we extend
Yes.
GEMSNet to middle school? Okay, there is.
Yes,
Okay.
GEMSNet is the fantastic professional learning provider that we partner with to make sure that this new curricular resource is being rolled out with fidelity. There's a bunch of different moving parts with this one. The ECA kits go along with our new curriculum, which is called Open Sci-Ed at the middle school. It's the best of the best, so we wanted to buy the best of the best kits. But then on top of it, they also need training, and that's why we're partnering with GEMSNet as well. So it all goes together, yes.
Excellent. And then on the last one, which was Discovery Education, this is for Rhode Island Alternative Academy, and you said it's reimbursable to the district. I did send you an email, and I think Mr. Bowl, how do we get reimbursed for this? Since we're spending it for RIAA, but it's reimbursable to us. So we just submit something and
So there's a monthly communication that goes back and forth between RIAA's business manager and myself about expenses and the process of how they'll be reimbursed.
Okay, all right, so you're on top of it, that's all that matters.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we've had the motion made by Ms. Backus, seconded by Mr. Testa. All those in favor of approving item 23, discussion action contract award Braining Camp LLC 20208, discussion action contract award Choices Program Brown University 20204, discussion action contract award ECA Educational Services 20143, discussion action contract award School Specialty 20139, and discussion action contract award Discovery Education 20256. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes.
Thank you.
Anyone opposed to taking items 28 to 30 as a package deal. I imagine these are all, nicely grant funded. Thank you very much. Mr. Heatherton has presented items 28 through 30.
Good evening, everyone. So the first one is for the Grants Department is requesting approval for purchase leadership development services from CLE. This is grant funded through Title IV, and it is a sole source vendor. The second one, number 29, is also grant funded. This is through Title II, and this is for letters materials for St. Rose of Lima School. As you know, we hold on to their funds. And the next one is number 30. This is the curriculum department is requesting approval to continue the purchase of the Modern Teacher Program. This is a professional development and learning platform. And this is also coming out of Title IV, which is grant funded. And this is a unique professional service, and it's not replicable by other vendors, so it's a sole source.
Thank you. Looking for a motion to move approval
So moved.
on items 28, 29, and 30. Made by Ms. Backus, seconded by Ms. Hazelwood. Any discussion, questions, comments? Ms. Garbajow.
Clee, what does this look like in the school?
So right now, we're going to be contracting with them to do what's called a collaborative equity audit. So this is to basically look at sort of our systems that we have in place right now. It doesn't have anything to do with the school specifically. It actually, it's working with stakeholder groups, including families, teachers, administrators, school community members, to kind of look at our systems and practices, and then it will give us some recommendations at the end of this audit, and then give us some action steps moving forward.
Okay. And then with Modern Teacher, so this is the second year. Have you gotten, have any of you gotten feedback on this? Are teachers actually using it?
I will defer to Dr. Schultz on this.
Yes, great question. So it's an interesting rollout that we use with Modern Teacher, and the first component is having the leadership team from the district on board. The next step is starting to onboard the administrators, and so we've just begun doing that. We have a book study going on. They're doing professional learning within the platform. Once that becomes more comfortable for everybody, then it goes out to the teachers. So it's like a multi-year approach. Not all the teachers will be participating this year. We're going to start with a small cohort, and then everybody will be onboarded for next year.
So the head started with it. The head started with it last year.
Yes.
What was some of the feedback?
Well, the feedback is just us. We love it, just for right now. And the principals really just started diving into it, I would say, in August with some fervor. So right now, I think it's really making people talk about what the modern learning environment looks like. One main thing that came out of it is our new logo that for everyone that was here for the beginning at 5:30, you could see that emblazoned upon the screen. It's beautiful and talks about the new modern learning environment that we're striving towards. Just different ways of thinking about teaching and learning so that we're ready for our new high schools. And so it's kind of a mind shift. We don't really talk about it as Modern Teacher. That's just the name of it, but it's kind of the way that we then think of modern learning. So the feedback's been positive so far. I think it's really helped us shape the way that we think about it and where we want to go as a district in the future.
All set. Ms. Backus.
I just wanted to mention that the district has worked with CLE in the past, and they do a fantastic job. Thank you.
All set. Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Items 28 through 30 pass 5-0. There's no objections from members of this committee. I'm looking to take items 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36 as presented by Ms. Barber and Mr. Ollenbach as one. Any objections? Seeing none, okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the school committee. Special Service Department would like your approval for requisition for N2Y. N2Y is a curriculum for the alternately assessed students. It's a suite that includes unique learning, news to you in symbol sticks. This purchase does not require to go out to bid because N2Y is a sole source.
Okay.
Next is the approval for the testing materials for our psychologists. This is the protocols for testing Warwick students. This also is not required to go out to bid because the vendor is a sole source. Next is the purchase of subscriptions for Edmark Online. It's a reading program used for our special education students. This is a budget expense that's part of our curriculum. Next is the award of the requisition for medical supplies through McKesson Medical. These are purchasing first aid and emergency supplies for our health offices in our schools. Next would be the approval of the contract that went out to bid, awarding to McKesson Medical. After reviewing their references and pricing, we're recommending that they are awarded the bid. And lastly, we would like the approval for licensed dentist bid to be awarded to Dr. Shinoy. This is to provide the required dental screenings for our students.
Thank you, Mr. Allenbach. Looking for a motion to move approval of items 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35 and 36.
So moved.
Motion made by Ms. Backus.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Hazelwood. Any comments?
One question,
Mr.
and
Testa.
I think it's for Mr. Bowl. On bid number 24-0012, medical supplies. Is that one bid for two departments? Because it looks like it's special ed and athletics. I just want to make sure. Because they're both referencing the same bid number.
I believe that is correct. Is for the
That's how I read it. I just wanted you guys to
it
confirm.
is. It's for the athletic department and the special services department.
We could also provide you with the bid documents for further clarification because it would specify in the bid documents what the purpose of the.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. At your convenience. I don't, it's not on fire. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes 5-0. Last item, number 37, discussion action, approval of the 2025 school committee meeting schedule. Looking for a motion to move approval.
So moved.
Made by Mr. Testa.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Hazelwood. Just a couple comments regarding the calendar. One of the dates, you'll notice October, the meeting date is put out pretty far in the month. The reason for that is 2 Jewish holidays or religious holidays were identified. Secondly, you'll also notice in the month of April, it's missing the FY26 budget hearing dates. Those will be identified through the fiscal subcommittee and in discussion with Mr. Bull when he finalizes the budget preparation schedule. And last but not least, I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to Ms. Tedeschi, who beats this schedule up pretty good in making sure that the dates selected do not fall on any particular holidays or major school events that have already been captured and follows the school schedule. So thank you to Ms. Tedeschi for making sure that the committee's always prepared and ready. So, any comments, questions, concerns from members of the committee? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We're now on to the second public comment portion of our meeting. Individual comments will be respectfully limited to 3 minutes per person, with public comments not to exceed 45 minutes. Though the content of comments will not be restricted, it is the hope of this committee that citizens, committee members, and the administration alike will be respectful of each other's right to speak, tolerant of different points of view, and mindful of everyone's time. This public comment period is for general comments or concerns. Speakers are asked to state their name for the record. Again, 3 minutes per person. We'll notify you at the 2-minute and 30-second mark. Any members of the public wishing to comment? Any members of the public? Yep. Please just state your name for the record.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Robert Caradillo, Westerly, Rhode Island. Good evening. Since I assume that no one on the committee or you, Superintendent Danbrook, has to share lavatories or changing areas with members of the opposite sex while at work, why, in your transgender policy, do you mandate that our children are forced to do this? It's hypocritical and cowardly. You've sold out your students and your families by doing this. Because there are 6 pillars of ride guidance, which is untruthful and unlawful, which is not law, that reside within your own policy. Biological boys, using the same bathrooms and locker rooms as girls, rooming with girls on overnight field trips, competing with and against girls athletically, compelling teachers to use pronouns of the student's choice. That's a First Amendment violation. You know that, sir. And keeping secrets from parents regarding the social transitioning of their own kids while in school. In fact, this policy discriminates against 99% of this district's kids, especially our girls, by placing them in uncomfortable, unsafe, and unfair positions. The chair mentioned that nothing happens until it happens, and I couldn't agree more. Exactly my point. Today's policy allows our kids to be placed in those types of situations, and worse. So whether anything has yet occurred is not the point. The policy allows it to be so. Your Title IX policy is an unlawful rubber stamping of this administration's attempt to erase women, and I will not allow that to happen. Title IX was written to protect women from discrimination based on sex, not men who pretend to be women. That is not the same thing. No matter how much a boy wants to be a girl, dress like a girl, think he's a girl, he will never be a girl. Never. Same with girls who identify as boys. These policies push an already vulnerable population to organizations such as Planned Parenthood, where over 40,000 girls have begun their transition with an initial dose of testosterone, leading to a lifetime for many of harm and pain. Thank you. Where suicide rates among this group actually increase post-treatment. They will never reproduce. Those who push this are an evil, demonic cult and must be stopped. Groups like the ones who follow me around lie about the suicide rate of this group, about the imminent danger to this group. They lie because they don't care about these kids, because they are gender-driven ideologues. This is the trans cult I talk about, not the kids. The kids are the victims.
Thank you, sir.
May God bless the children and families of Warwick, and may He also bless the United States of America. Thank you for your time.
Are there any other members of the public wishing to comment? If we could please, folks, some decorum.
Hello. I will try to keep this brief. I know you've been here a very long time. My name is Eve Condon. I am a Warwick resident. I am the proud auntie of a non-binary child, and I'm a member of the LGBTQ+ community. I am speaking in favor of RIDE's policies regarding gender diverse children. I am urging you to uphold those policies, and I don't even know where to begin to rebut everything that he said, but I've heard him speak before. The things he has to say about gender affirming care are blatantly untrue. They're also contradicted by best practices that are evidence-based and are supported by the American Psychological Association the American Medical Association, and the American Academy of Pediatrics. These policies are there for a reason. They work, they save lives. Please consider that, and please consider upholding those policies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public wishing to comment? Folks, if you'd like to comment, you don't have to worry about putting your hands up. You can just come on down to the microphone, and when it becomes vacant again, the next person can go.
Hi,
Thank you.
Rebecca Malone. I'm a Warwick resident, and I have 4 boys who've been in the district, and I'm also a school psychologist. And I would just like to also voice my opinion about agreeing with the woman who just spoke and just really affirming that those policies are in place to protect our children, and that if we did not have those policies in place, students who belong to the LGBTQ community or are transgender or non-binary, they would be subjected to a lot of discrimination, and we are looking to kind of eliminate that in the schools. And a lot of what he said is untrue, and I just want to reiterate that. And thank you for your time and consideration of protecting all of our students.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Lancaster, also a resident of Warwick. I have gone through the school system. My 2 sisters went through the school system. My son went through the school system. My 7 nieces and nephews went through the school system. 3 of them are bisexual. 1 of them is non-binary. And I assure you that everything he has said is blatantly false, and he knows it. I just respectfully ask that I would like to mirror what Ms. Condon said, and please protect our children from the evil that he spews. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Clark. I go by the name JoJo, and I use they, them. I'm here with my allies to rebuke Mr. C, I would say. I'd just like to ask that you follow the right guidelines, because they're there for the fairness of all students. And thank you very much for your time. I'll make this quick.
Thank you.
My name is Josh Quinn Malone. My pronouns are they, them. I am a resident of Warwick. I graduated from Tollgate High School in 2018. My junior year and my senior year, I made the difficult decision of attending my prom in what some would consider cross-dressing. So I wore a dress, I wore makeup, and the support of my peers has profoundly impacted my life, where I feel like I can be the authentic person that I am truly meant to be. No one approached me and said, "How dare you?" No one felt afraid of me. People were very, very excited to see me expressing myself. And my senior year, I was happy to see 3 other people expressing themselves in their authentic gender expression and identity, because I had made the courageous decision to put myself out there the first year. Protecting trans children protects all of us, gives people, even people who identify with the gender assigned at birth, the room to explore and see that gender is simply a social construct. Please continue to protect all of our children and give us this right that we have fought long for. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Zachary Cologne, taxpayer in Warwick, resident, homeowner. Tollgate High School graduate of 2017. Man, I was not planning on speaking today, but I think we have good reason to, because that was just absurd. I know you have an English teacher here, president of the Teachers Union. She spoke earlier, and if you made it through kindergarten, you've been using pronouns. These, me, us, him, her, they, them, all pronouns. I went to school with, as far as I know, at least 3 trans students, probably more. They were some of the nicest people I knew, and there was never an issue. I never asked them where they peed because I didn't care, and no one cared. And it's absurd to even question something like that. In North Dakota, in 2023, a governor signed a trans athlete ban into law. Over 27,000 students participated in North Dakota high school sports. And in the 2 years before that bill was signed into law, there had not been, from the Republican governor that signed this into law, quote, there has still not been a single recorded incident of a transgender girl playing or entering the process to even ask to play on a North Dakota girls team. You are making up issues that are simply not happening on a frequent basis like you're pretending they are. And it's absurd, it's disgusting, it's harmful, and you are the reason that the suicide rate is higher in these groups of people, because you push them to killing themselves, because you make them hate themselves, because of the words that you use to put them down every single day. Every single day. You are evil. Evil, evil people. To make this the priority of your day-to-day life. Let people piss where they want to. It's ridiculous.
30 seconds.
All I'm going to say is I know we have normal people on this school committee. I am a candidate for school committee. This is not a campaign speech, but I will say right now, you can count on the fact that no matter who wins this school committee election in 2024, you will have people on the school committee that will care about our students and that will make damn sure that they are welcome to be here in the place that they deserve to be the person they are. Enough.
Thank you.
Enough. Thank you.
Hey, please, 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 we will have no outbursts. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Laurie Russo from Johnston, Rhode Island. I am here to share documented medical findings from YPATH, World Professional Association of Transgender Health. YPATH is highly respected and relied upon in setting the standard of care to all physicians, clinicians, hospitals, insurance companies throughout the world. On March 4th, 2024, YPATH had leaked documents from their internal chat board, 30 hours to be exact. These chats were never to be exposed to the public, but here they are. I have 4 quotes. Clinicians stating, patients receiving irreversible treatments who seem very unlikely to be able to consent, some too young, others with mental health disorders. Doctors stating, they knew that cross-sex hormones and surgeries are likely to cause serious harm, but advocate these treatments nonetheless. Dr. Lieber is the co-author. She says, we cannot carry on in this field that involves permanent changes in young people's bodies if we don't fully understand what we are doing and learn from what we fail. And Dr. Bauer, who is the president of YPATH, states, the patients should not be blaming the education or the people helped that guide them. They need to own their final step. Children need to own their final step. Can you imagine that? This is absurd. PsychologyToday.com obviously states maturity in the front cortex of the brain is developed in the mid-20s. This part of the brain is responsible for reasoning, judgment, and decision-making. Gender dysphoria has also shown links to schizophrenia. More studies of mental health should be provided to rule out ADHD,
Please, I'm gonna,
autism.
1 second, ma'am, 1 second. Folks, we will not have any outbursts from members of the audience. Future outbursts, we will ask you to please leave. You will be escorted out by Warwick PD. That is it. That is the last time. We had rules. We stated those rules. Whether you're for the policy, against the policy, doesn't matter. The public has the ability to comment for 3 minutes right now without interruptions or outbursts. Thank you. I'll resume your time.
More studies of mental health should be provided to rule out ADHD, autism, spectrum disorders, or mental health-related conditions. These children are victims of world science experiment. They need emotional, healthy support through their parents and personal doctors, not from school counselors, nor teachers, nor anyone medically who wants to groom and transgender them for their political agenda. Puberty is their biological passage to adulthood. Pronouns and medical interventions only lead to sterilization. Rhode Island has 2 lawsuits recently filed in November of 2023 by 2 minors misdiagnosed into transition surgeries. Lifespan,
30 seconds.
Lifespan, Dr. Stephen Rafferty and Dr. Michelle Forcier are part of that. This is a political, multi-billion-dollar industry that has brainwashed doctors and Department of Health and Department of Education. Those patients will be forced to rely on lifelong hormone therapies. As parents and grandparents and members of Moms for Liberty, we will not be silenced, nor will we co-parent with the government. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public wishing to comment? No.
Good evening. I will keep this brief as well. My name is Jennifer Swerk. I'm a parent of a middle schooler here in Warwick. My entire family went through the Warwick system. I appreciate you guys being here and taking the time to listen to all of us. I had a whole speech written out, but I don't even know how to feel or what to say anymore. Clearly, this is a hot topic. There are 2 sides. It doesn't seem like there's anybody in the middle. I try to sit back and listen quietly and hear what everyone is saying. Our differences are supposed to be what we appreciate about each other, how we learn. How can we teach our kids to be inclusive and accepting and kind to everyone when there's such a divide and such hateful, childish behavior coming from grown-ups in this room? I appreciate you shutting that down. I feel like the school's job, your job as a school committee, is to try to keep all kids safe. Not just a small group, not just people who are making noise, speaking up at meetings, all kids. It doesn't matter what color you are, how you identify, all kids. So I'm just asking that you keep that in mind as you go through these policy changes and these recommendations from RIDE. I'm sure we all know RIDE is not always correct in their policy making, but I do trust that you will consider that. I know we have quite a diverse group of people. I know most of you too, and I appreciate, like I said, I appreciate what you're doing. I know it's not an easy place to be in. You have to hear all of the voices. You have to try to make the best decision for Warwick, but I just worry about the liability that you put on yourself either way with this stuff, and I'm sure you do too. And I'm just asking you to keep all of our kids in mind, not just a small group making noise. I mean that with all due respect. Everybody deserves protection, everybody deserves to be happy, but we always talk about inclusion and equity, and I don't feel like it's equitable to force a girl to feel uncomfortable in elementary school when they don't even fully understand what's going on. So perhaps maybe some age considerations, and I don't know.
30 seconds.
I just want you to keep all the kids in mind.
Thank you.
Sean Rainey, City of Warwick. Just wanted to come up here, and it's tough for me to say, but I'm proud of my son. My son is part of the LGBTQ members. He's gay, and you can film it all you want. He's gay. He's happy about it. He's happy in life. Why shouldn't he be happy? If you guys aren't happy, go somewhere else. I'm not for or against this policy. Do what's right for the kids that are coming to our schools. Don't worry about people from Westerly or North Providence or wherever the hell they are coming from. Do what's right for our kids. My kid's successful, 21-year-old, successful the way he wants to be. I don't even want to get started because the cop will be taking me out. But he is very successful, pays his own bills, has a great job, goes to school. That's all I'm care about. He's successful, happy. Let him be his own way. If you got to use the same bathroom, use the same bathroom. With, you know, whatever. That's all I have to say. And I'm proud of my son. And anybody that says something against him or to me will have a problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't know we were talking about being gay tonight. So in '98, when I was laying in the subway with ACT UP.
Excuse me, sir. Could you just?
Oh yeah,
state your name
Lawrence
for the
Dorr, Warwick. Went to Warwick Vets. Taught at Warwick School System, and ended up going to LA, Minneapolis, a few other cities. But anyway, since we're talking about being gay, in '98 I was laying in the subway in New York because of AIDS, getting called a faggot and spit on because I was part of ACT UP. And later on, I decided that I'd become a teacher, and I went to school, and I did my student teaching here. And I'm going to give a shout out to Mary Jo Vaca. I don't know if any of you know her. She just passed this week. She was the most wonderful woman. She was my mentor teacher at Gorton. But as I got into teaching, I loved it. I was the Milton Teacher of the Year in Milton, Mass. And then they wanted me to start talking to my students about things I didn't think were appropriate. I never felt the need to have to tell my students I was gay. What my teachers didn't tell me what their life was like, what their wife was like, what their kids were like. I didn't know my teachers' political affiliations, and that's how I was a teacher, and that's how I went through teaching. My personal life has nothing to do with them. And so when they started asking me to talk about sexual things, and the main thing that did it was, there was one student I knew was having trouble and thinking he was gay, but I also know somebody in school, a staff said to him, well, you might be a girl. And that's when I gave up my school affiliation. I walked away from teaching. And because I didn't like what was going on. And you can deny it all you want, but there's a political part of this, and it's not good. And I've been with my partner, Kurt, for 15 years, and I know that there's an underlying message going on through the trans community. Not the gay community. Just because you're gay doesn't mean that you're okay with them hitching their cart to your horse. And that's what's happened. And I'll continue to fight for gay rights and lesbian rights and bisexual rights.
Thank you. Any other members of the public looking to comment?
Hi, my name is Sarah Curtis. I live in Ward 7 in Warwick. I'm a medical speech-language pathologist. I specialize in neurological functions. So my work revolves around the brain, a part of the body we can't see. And I really do believe that all of us in this conversation we all want our children to know they're valued. We want them to be able to compete in skills they're good at, show they're unique, and we want them all to feel like they belong. But another thing I think we all have in common right now is we're all living in a time when we're adjusting to a really, like a huge revelation that the first thing we see about our babies, the concept of binary gender, we build a whole culture and traditions around, not the whole story. And that's really difficult and uncomfortable when for generations we've thought what we could see was what was. But today we have a lot of evidence that in the human brain, gender's not two opposite things. It's all over the map. And I'm certainly not an expert, although I think the Rhode Island Department of Education's guidelines they're aligned with the American Medical Association, as someone else said, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Psychological Association, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, the American College of Physicians, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, the American Psychiatric Association, the American Nurses Association, the World Health Association. I could go on, but you can certainly Google the rest. But I think it's just really important to say out loud that the American Medical Association, and I'm paraphrasing to shorten it here, say that transgender and non-binary individuals are normal variations of human beings, and that gender-affirming care is critical, it's ethical, that caring for people and not discriminating them based on their gender identity, based on the gender they are. We live in our brains, we don't live in our reproductive organs. And who we are on the inside is really important, especially to a child. These kids are not disordered, bending to cultural trends, following fads, going through a phase. They're not pretending to be another gender. And they're not contagious. They're just normal people. I think that, we've gone through a lot of transitions. Title IX finally got women into sports properly, protected women from discrimination. We need to recognize that all of these students are people, are humans, and it's important to protect them. So thank you for all your hard work to do that.
Hi, my name is Susan Branch. I'll try to make this as quick as possible. I'm sure everybody's exhausted and wants to get out of here. Just real quick rundown. I went to a school committee meeting a while back, and my daughter and I came out flabbergasted because there was a doctor there saying that the school committee and the townspeople and everybody and the teachers should not be ousting children that identify as transgender, keeping it a secret from parents. I have a major problem with that. First off, I think it's awful that we encourage our children in our school systems that we're trusting our children to lie back to our parents. The parents should always be involved in whatever's going on with the child. That's 100%. It's got to be that way. You can't be hiding things behind, and school people can't be hiding things behind and taking a child and reverting them to move into a transition situation without the parents not knowing about it. And that's what's happening. We had a doctor that came into the school. We were very upset to find out that the doctor had been to the middle school and spoke to several of the kids there about transitioning, unbeknownst to many of the parents that were at the committee meeting. That kind of thing just should not be happening. Again, he was standing there, and wanted to encourage the school committee to adopt the policy of not having parents involved, which creates a pathway for them to take these kids and mold them to where they want them to go. Now, you're talking about a group of kids that are at a point in their life, they're going through puberty, okay? So they have a lot of questions. They have a lot of stuff. But now, you know, they're starting to experiment. Can I do this? Can I do that? You know? And they're getting direction from people.
30 seconds.
They're getting direction from people that, you know, are in the medical field. By the way, the medical field that's doing this kind of surgeries and all this kind of stuff with the puberty blockers and all that, it's like a $500 billion business, and that's what it's turned out to. It's a $500 billion business, and you know, I hate to see kids getting maimed. So, but thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm the Reverend Jared Kerbel. I'm the pastor at St. Luke's Episcopal Church in East Greenwich. And we have many students at our church who attend schools in Warwick. I'd like to begin by thanking you for all the good care you give those students and how they grow while they're under your care. I would like to support the RIDE policy, please, and I support it because I want children not to be stigmatized as they discover who they love and how they express who they are. It's a very vulnerable time of life, and we need to surround them with great loving care. And some children will talk to their parents, and some will not. Some will talk to their pastor, and some will not. And we want to talk to that child and say, why are you making that choice? And they might say, well, I'm scared of what my parents will say, or I'm scared of what my pastor will say. I don't want to be judged. I don't want to be hit. I don't want to be further damaged. I really do feel like a respectful atmosphere is the baseline. And until we listen carefully and lovingly and closely to people who identify as they identify, who know who they love and how they love, we don't really have a say in the conversation until we listen to them with love and respect and gentleness. And I think that's what this policy holds out, and I think it's what you do in the school system as far as I've been able to see, and I'm thankful for that. Very, very inspired by the young people who spoke up today and their courage and bravery, because there's so much hateful stigma out there that really interrupts the ability to grow. I'm just going to end with a favorite quote by the great James Baldwin. We can disagree and still love each other unless your disagreement is rooted in my oppression and denial of my humanity and right to exist. James Baldwin wrote as a black man and as a gay man.
30 seconds, Father.
Thank you. And I think it all begins at that basis of respect and inclusion and moves from there. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Langell, Ward 5. I have two daughters at Warwick Neck in kindergarten and second grade. I'm here tonight to express my strong support for the policy that we already have on file since 2018, which follows all of the legal guidelines that RIDE requires of us. The RIDE policy from 2018 is not optional. It is, in fact, the law. And so I think this school committee in 2018 has already done its work. And that has created a safe place for our students where everyone is included. I I think some of you know, I serve as the executive minister for the State Council of Churches here in Rhode Island. And so for me, it is very important that when we're thinking about how we make our decisions, that we choose to live into the house of love. And tonight we've heard some house of fear. House of fear is about discrimination, it's about exclusion, it's about dishonesty, and having a lack of integrity. That's not who we are in Warwick. In Warwick, we live in the house of love. And that means we're going to include all of our students, we're going to serve all of our students, and we're going to make sure that this is a place that is a beacon of hope and compassion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Darlene Netco, lifelong resident of Warwick, homeowner, taxpayer, voter, teacher. And as a teacher, I want to provide education to all of my students, no matter how they present themselves, how they look, how they dress, what pronouns they want to use. And as an English teacher, I, of course, have a bias toward subject, verb agreement, pronoun antecedent agreement, and so on and so forth. But it might be interesting to know that historically, pronouns themselves have been very fluid, and the uses thereof have been fluid. And I just Googled quickly. I have stuff at home, but I don't have it with me now. But it may seem that, this is from the history of pronouns. It may seem that pronouns are a new thing, a 21st century thing, but they're not. In the 1800s, people were on the search for gender-neutral pronouns. The search was popular amongst feminists who wanted to use gender-neutral pronouns to eliminate social bias. This argument was further examined in the Daily Arkansas Gazette in 1882, and there's a quote here. I won't read all of it, I won't have time. But I think the basic point is we do have male-female pronouns. People who are non-binary or identifying in another way as non-male have chosen to use they, them as a means of expression. Maybe it is time to come up with other pronouns. Other countries have done it. Norway has Z or some. I don't want to misquote, but earlier, there was this hostility toward people choosing their pronouns. People have a right to identify and express themselves as to who they are. And it's no one else's business to try to tell them what pronouns to use or how to identify. And as many of the professionals tonight have spoken about brain development and quoted from organizations that deal with these matters, I think we need to respect
30 seconds.
Everyone that comes into our schools and educate everyone and follow the law and come up with policies that follow the law. I'm on the policy committee. We're looking at the Title IX policy update based on the new Title IX revisions that have been made. It was tabled. We're still looking at it. I'm sure we will come to a place that will protect all of our students and all of the people that come through Warwick Public Schools.
Good evening. My name is Jasmine Roy. I'm the vice chair of Moms for Liberty in Washington County, Rhode Island. I'm a proud member. I'm a mother of a young boy. What I would like to speak about is the levels of education. Everything that we have been discussing tonight about gender fluidity, gender ideology, all of these things, what really is important is the statistics of our children's learning. If we would focus more on educating our students rather than what their pronouns are and how they feel about themselves in K through 12, we may actually overcome these low numbers. I'm not here to discriminate against anyone's sexual orientation. I could really care less what you do as an adult. But when you start involving children and you start indoctrinating them at the early ages of 5 and 6 years old, it is unacceptable. As a parent, my parental rights, I should be informed of everything that goes on in school. Whether my child will understand where I'm coming from or not. I think that the level of education in Rhode Island has dipped, and our children are suffering from it because of the ideologies that are being inserted into classrooms. And that's all I have to say about that. I hope that you think about these things and try and focus more on education rather than gender ideology. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public looking to comment? Any other members of the public looking to comment? Any other members of the public looking to comment? Seeing none. Ms. Backus?
Hello? Okay. Back in 2014, the school committee...
One second, Ms. Backus. Legal counsel is advising not to respond to public comments.
I'm not responding.
Okay.
I just want to make a point of fact of what the school committee did in 2014. And
Yeah, one second, Ms. Backus. There's no other matters of business
it's not
before
about
this.
it's not about gender.
No, I get that.
We affirmed
Well,
that
I'm gonna
all families.
Ms. Backus, 1 second, please. I'm gonna defer to counsel on this. Good.
Now that we've finished public comment, the only agenda item at this point, Ms. Backus, is future meetings, and then an adjournment. I'm sorry.
Apologies, I just don't want to break our own rules. We're now on to future meetings. The Health and Wellness Subcommittee meeting, Tuesday, September 24th, 2024, is meeting at 3 p.m. The Fiscal Subcommittee meeting is meeting on Tuesday, October 1st, 2024, at 3 p.m. The Policy Subcommittee meeting is meeting on Tuesday, October 1st, 2024, at 4:30 p.m. The next Warwick School Building Committee meeting is Wednesday, October 2nd, 2024, at 7:30 a.m. And the next monthly school committee meeting is Tuesday, October 8th, 2024, at 7 p.m. Given that there are no other matters before this body, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Made by Ms. Backus, seconded by Mr. Testa. All those in favor? Aye. We're adjourned.
So I can tell you now, because we're adjourned,